Perfect, perfect. Okay, if you guys can do me a quick favor by retweeting this link right here, that'd be awesome. But yeah, it's nice to see someone that recognizes Sakura Wars, man. Okay, and we are in. All right, let's go. So I think on the last chapter, or the last stream of Fata Morgana, what ended up happening was the beast ended up seeing a doppelganger, and to defend himself, ended up killing it. But we're unsure if what the beast sees is real, and it could be someone else, so we're concerned about that. After that scene happens, they flip over to this scene, which is clearly in the past because the merchant should be dead right now, and that's his wife. Am I gonna play World End Syndrome? I don't know. I didn't end up reading Worlds and Economica. I think it's the same writer as Spice and Wolf, right? Oof, man. Still trying to get into the groove of things. Sorry, I'm kind of multitasking still. Wait a year and a half already? Oh, he's a merchant, so he travels around a lot. So I guess his disappearance, when he does die, isn't gonna be like immediately investigated. Yeah, per chapter, the music changes pretty significantly. Okay, so the narrator seems to be the wife, which is different because how would we know this? I don't know. So, if you are new to this stream, how the story works, at least initially, is that there's a present day, right? And the main character, the master of this haunted, spooky house, right, has amnesia. And he wakes up to a maid, and that maid informs him about the history of the house by going to doors, opening them, and then as they enter into the door, they see the mansion's past playing right in front of them. And so the narrator generally is the maid, right? She's talking to the protagonist and going like, hey, here's what happened in the mansion. Here is my perspective, having lived in the mansion for a very long time. And, you know, this story has some connection to you. At least that's what's implied. So now we're in the second story, and we have jumped perspectives to the wife. And logically, I'm thinking in my head, how would the maid know this? Maybe this is the house showing us the past. Maybe this game doesn't always want to be connected to realism. Like, the maid will not know this, right? And there's no reason why she should be able to say this. But they jumped perspective in weird, significant ways in the story so far. And I'm not entirely sure what that's going to mean in the end. Yeah, so it seems like the house has its own kind of memories, and the maid can't control what the house shows. That's my guess. And I guess as appropriate for this kind of story, the house feels like it's alive, right? In the way to describe it. So if it's really alive, or if that's purely just for fun details to be creepy, who knows yet, right? But the mansion seems to have like a way of corrupting its inhabitants. And it wants to, or supposedly it gives the thing that the person desires most who's in the house. Maybe in a monkey paw fashion, so we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna double check. Let's go back over here. Okay. So she's traveling from the looks of it. Is that true? Okay. Alright. Got it. Because she left, I think is the implication here. As soon as I'm certain of his well-being, I'll go straight home. So yes, she did travel. Pauline, your lover is... Well. So she might be ignoring details about his death. Alright, let's see how this goes. I'm still not sure how this house fully functions. I don't know how much power it has. Okay, so this might be the village that's next to the house. Although to me, I would call it a town, but whatever. Okay. Out of curiosity, since we're this far into the chapter, what do you guys want for the story? Do you guys want it to be a happy ending? It's not gonna happen. Let's be real here. Do you guys want it to be like a story where the supernatural doesn't actually exist? It's just like something else that's behind it? I don't know. I think to me this is very clearly a story that borrows from haunted house conventions. Or, I don't know, gothic horror, at least, right? One of those. What about ghosts or zombies? I mean, that might not be beyond what we might see, but I'm not sure that would be fitting. Well, no, ghost might be very fitting for this place now that I think about it, because people who should be dead are alive, right? The maid, I don't think, naturally should look the same after all these years. That, or it's just like they want to draw her the same, but I don't think that's the case here. And a lot of time has passed. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, maybe they are ghosts. Or maybe these characters who die are revived. Maybe these characters live forever. I don't know. It's way too early in the story. Okay, so she has a positive view of villages? Yeah. So she's certain that being here won't cause any trouble, which is... Alright. So initially, I thought she was killed. Not that the story told that explicitly. I thought she was the doppelganger for the beast. And it might be the case. We're still, walking into that time period of when that event happened. Yeah, things get extra complicated too because time functions very strangely in this story, which is very appropriate. I like that. But also, there are unreliable narrators, and you can't take everything that you see for fact. So, like, from the perspective of the beast, can't take that for fact. From the narrator, who's the maid most of the time, so far, can't take that for fact, right? I mean, she knows the house. She's been there for a while, but she's, I'm not sure how to describe her other than creepy. You know what? I shouldn't be doing that. The maid's clearly a very honest person, and she has nothing to hide. And all she wants is a person to stay in the mansion, Nothing wrong with that. She's just lonely. Wow, Tundra. Yeah, I'm also kind of wondering if the house stays in one position or if it, moves around as if it were alive. I'm still unsure about that. I think it's still surrounded by a forest in present day and right now in this story, but I'm not sure it was surrounded by a forest in the first story. I don't know why you're using the word... Okay, well... They say residents, not natives. Well, so we're unsure if the house moves around. Remember, it's kind of like a supernatural kind of story, at least for now. Wait, I guess Pauline's from very far away, so that's why she said that, but we'll see. Ah, okay. So very far away, wow. What? Maybe, let me take a look at her dress. I was going to say, is this character Asian, but with a name like Pauline? I don't know what her last name is, though. Yeah, maybe. Wow. In all caps. Oh my god, it's going this slow? Little man is rude as fuck! Dreadful. What? Her language, I'm guessing? Damn it, she doesn't look like one, come on. Damn it. Does he speak your language? Whatever it may be? I'm guessing so, if you're having such a natural conversation now. Wow! Wow! This is a nice start, I guess. Okay. Oh, which reminds me, Mio, last night we saw a really... I'm not sure how to describe it. It's a unique movie. A unique Japanese horror movie that I definitely want you to watch with me again. Everyone's like, you know, welcome to join me too. Is it The Wailing? No. It's, I'm trying to figure out a way to describe it. It's a surreal horror with a non-linear storytelling format, I think. No, it's not non-linear because it definitely progresses from point A to point like B, but it's told in a unique way where it's confusing to tell what is happening, and there is very little exposition. Technically, as you watch the movie, it seems as if you're looking through one person's perspective, but it's technically not one person, so I guess you could call it non-linear, but... Oh man, you just have to see the movie, because if I tell you much about it, it's gonna be kind of a spoiler. It's, got chaos. Do you remember the title? It was... Tag, right? I think it's called Tag. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, surprisingly, it has pretty decent reviews. I think a lot of people appreciate it for what it was trying to do, and I'm like, yeah, I get this. You're not his mom. I mean, to me, he looks like a kid, but well, he acknowledged that he was a kid, I'm pretty sure. Maybe he's just a really short... I mean, he looks kind of as tall as you, but I can't tell if it's just the portrait or something else. Yes! Yes, it's gonna be really hard. I had no clue that you didn't speak the language of the villagers, so how are you going to go around asking questions? Okay, so now we've switched perspective, right? And this is what the story does, constantly. So we are the main character, the master of the house, and I guess we were dipping out. Like maybe we lost consciousness or something, and the maid is talking to us. So like whenever this kind of shift happens, it's good to have like a good frame of reference, or you'll get lost. Okay, so for people who are just tuning in, the character on the left is the white-haired girl. She existed in the first story, which was 105 years, I think, at least 100 years before this story. She either is a reincarnation, she could be the daughter of the white-haired girl in the first story, she could be a ghost, a vampire, we have no freaking clue. We have implications, though. She's also blind. Yeah, so I mean his mindset is not exactly balanced right now. And for some reason, the white-haired girl, even though she's blind, can see emotions flickering as if they're a flame in the wind. Oof. Right, exactly. You know, I'm kind of curious what language they're speaking in, and if they can walk outside the village and talk, or like what what language the maid speaks in. Because now that we know that people from different like countries will be involved in this story, I kind of wonder how archaic the maid's language is. Um, not exactly yet. They they could be hiding what he really looks like because he's relevant to the main character who has no reflection. Well, possibly no reflection. Um, they could be hiding his image because that's a good way of representing his mental state. Maybe he looks so hideous that he actually looks like that. Right? We don't actually know yet. Maybe the mansion is covering up his image too. Yeah, exactly, right? We don't know. We don't know how this story is exactly being presented to us, other than we walk through a door and then here's a story. So, like, maybe when a new character who lives and sees the beast, his image will show. I don't know. Wow, he just straight up saying that? I mean, I guess that was kind of clear when they first interacted and she entered the house. He wanted to kill her, duh, right? But uh, it's straight up telling her that I'm a murderer. I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't know this guy's history. Okay, so his origin story, I suppose. Okay, so his memory of the past, I'm guessing, is what's happening here. Why would they do that? Okay. I mean, they're calling him a beast, so... I guess so. Okay, so he couldn't communicate to the people around him, and obviously they were very unempathetic. What the fuck? A child pointing to a wild dog. Okay. Huh. Well, okay, so I think this might lend to my initial hypothesis. That's a good line. Oh, where was it? Is that which you can see with your eyes the whole of the world? Especially from a story with multiple perspectives and switching perspectives too. Told from a character who is blind. Wow, that is so interesting. I mean, he had a really muddy past growing up, you know. I can understand why that influenced his mentality. But, I mean, realistically, I think if we're like talking distinctly biologically, I don't think he's like a werewolf or something. I think he's human. I don't think anyone's really gonna be like, hey, that guy's probably a werewolf or a vampire or, I don't know, a moving shadow from Persona. And besides, it's not like, I mean, everyone knows this. It's not like humans aren't savage. Yeah, like Beast from Beauty and the Beast. Hey Ace, how you doing? Good to see you here, man. And understandably, the white-haired girl would understand that, right? At least as if she were a daughter of the original white-haired girl, whose name we still don't know, then she would understand what persecution from humans feel like. And so they have like a connecting bond here. Well, there we go. Really? Oh, huh, okay. I guess that makes sense. Man, the story is slowly weaving a very, very sad tale. So right now, what I'm thinking about is how the first story connects to the second. Besides the obvious, right? Like the white-haired girl, it's still the same thing. The story is being told generally through the perspective of the maid in the house, showing you images, right? More than just that. And if you're new to the stream, the first story established that the house fell because of a cursed bloodline. Let's put it that way. Okay. Pauline's perspective? Let's double check that. It's interesting how they're forming this kind of like in the middle. I guess for internal narration it does that. I'll double check next time. So the past again? Yeah. It might be Pauline's theme. It'll be an easier way to recognize it, yeah? I'm not sure what the language is. It might be, someone said the last time they were in a stream, but I don't recall what it was. This word right here, could someone type it into Google and tell me what language that is, if it's real? Nijntje. That's been a long time, Ace. Pauline is Dutch, thank you. Man, here I thought she was Asian. Unless she like memorized multiple languages, which she did, but I don't know. $18 months? Holy shit, wow. A year and a half. Oh, really? I didn't know that, Jumbo. Thank you. I mean, I understand that concept, right? Also, with distance that far and that long, I can see how you can forget someone's face. Or personality, maybe. Man, this is how I feel about Mio. Mio, why? Why would you stab me? Seriously. A stab once a day keeps the doctor at bay. That's not how it works, no. Manu gets it. Okay, so a jump back to present day, in quotes. A drawing? Okay. Well, you can, mention that he's a merchant. Okay, and her initial impressions of a friendly village is not really working out here. Oh yeah, that's right. This is a setting that just got done with a war. I'm surprised no one has mentioned the mansion yet. I guess they just really don't want to deal with that shit again. And there's probably a lot of rumors like circulating around the mansion. People die there, don't go there. Could be cursed. Probably is cursed. I mean, come on, there's no way they don't know about the mansion. It's relatively close to the village, at least it was in the first story. Yeah, actually, you might be right about that. So, yeah, maybe they wander out of the village and then they arrive there because people are confused. I get that. I don't know. I feel like with people disappearing left and right as they go through the forest, someone must have been like, don't go there. But we'll see how this goes. What? Your trouble? Why? I mean, he's alone and he has no friends, so maybe this village has a very ongoing tradition of isolating people. I mean, a bunch of nobles used to exist in this village, though, 100 years ago, so I'm not sure what happened then. Well, I kind of do, but whatever. Okay, so I'm still unsure if this is... God, it's so hard to describe this because the VN has so many time periods. So I'll call with just in context of the story, so no one gets confused. Okay, I'm unsure if the perspective of Pauline right now is in present day in this story. What the? Tripped? Wait, what the Why would you make a pitfall? Hey, Love Art. Yeah, I hope she... Well, she's not hurt. Right, but don't make pitfalls, people. You know, now that I think about it, I've never made a pitfall in my life. Is it easy? Has anyone done that? Because that seems to be like a joke thing that like kids do? Question mark. I don't actually know. Like Satoko did it in Higurashi. She was a kid. This character did it. Also a kid. Oh, maybe she actually did hurt herself? Oof, well there we go. maybe he formerly had friends. God, Pauline is just like a kid. Kind of guess that's probably the point, but what? Hey Kino, how you doing, man? Kino, there's this movie I want to watch with you and Mio. You're gonna enjoy it. You're gonna love it. It is the same movie you watched. Oh, we're gonna keep it a secret, Kino. That is a weird way of putting it. So are you saying that maybe Javi, I don't know, has had some contact with the white-haired girl? You know, I mean, that's the implication here, right? I was kind of wondering if maybe he looked the same as the first main character in the, the first story. Well, I mean, I don't know. Let's see where this goes. Maybe everyone uses the witch as a metaphor for bad things happening. Died in a shipwreck? That's a lie, at least. I guess we'll call him Javi then. Oh, I forgot to ask this. Within the chat, how many people have read this story? If you had, please press Y. And yeah, just press Y. For yes, obviously. 2. 3, okay. Okay, so for the most part, we don't know the story, the audience here. Okay then, we'll count you as a maybe then. I mean, does this guy even have parents? Yeah, there's also that. brand new start. Disconnected from the village. Well, okay. Also, he speaks like that? Yeah, unless they put that there by accident. That's what the beast sounds like. Oh, okay, there we go. That's how we go to the mansion. Oof, okay, here we go. Yeah, so either it's like the beast is being the beast's sound effect is being used because the topic involves him, or it's a implication that Javi is gonna look like a beast when he goes to the mansion. We don't know. We'll see how it goes. That's a lot of what I gotta do when I review works too. It's like, I'm not sure yet. Gotta see how this goes. But here's an idea, right? Oh, even more in the past. Oh my god, what is that sound? Oh. It's like a rocking chair in fast forward. What? Why is it yours? Is this where you found the sword? I don't know. Oh my god, his thoughts are so disjointed. I mean, that's the point, right? But like, that's how you show it in writing. Like, hard periods, hard exclamation points. Like, the thoughts don't fully finish, right? He goes to someone's house and does this? Wow, that was kind of cool. So I think what they did there was they showed you a vision from the perspective of Javi, whatever the hell his name is. And my thought was clearly he was having a nightmare, but then instead we use that to transition to the beast. Was he telling a story and that's how it happened? Let me double check here. I'm kind of curious how they transitioned. Yeah, so it's like he's telling a story, and for the viewers to get it, you see from the perspective of the beast, and it's his nightmare. Okay, so that's how it works. Are these her thoughts? That's not something she would normally think, though. It's his thoughts. Okay. It's his own mind that's saying that. Okay. Oh god, please don't believe in those thoughts. 3 years ago. Pauline's perspective, I'm guessing, on the music? Yeah. So those internal thoughts have happened before, and I did mention that it feels weird to have that kind of conversation bouncing back and forth, so maybe it was the mansion speaking to him, and it's not his internal thoughts. But, you know, you see where that gets so confusing, right? Because there's no, like, tag here. It doesn't say mansion. Even this right here, I have to guess, right? And my guess is this is Pauline, and I can only figure that out based on the music and in the setting. So, yeah. there we go. But that shit gets super confusing unless you can like, unless you're able to use like outside details to kind of figure it out. Let me double check. Yeah, so for narration does this. Or internal monologue, I guess? Same thing with the house if it's speaking to him. I think from now on, when I see that back and forth, I'm gonna call it the house. Because I think that's a really solid interpretation to have. Man, it actually took me a long time to start appreciating fish. I love fish now. I guess you grow up with habits, your food habits. So I had to like build myself into liking fish. But man, there's so many kinds of fish out there. The taste is all different. Fish sticks are okay, I guess, but I like salmon, sea bass. I'm trying to think, what was that fish called again? Yellow something? Yeah, but they're all different kind of taste. Yellowfin, I think, yeah. Pretty much I grew to like fish because of sushi. And then I was like, you know, I don't really need the sushi, I just want the fish. Like, oh, there we go. Oral, please, and thanks for the sub. New, please. Big wigs back home, so they're from a different country and they live here now. Or they're from a different place and they live here now. Okay, it's like, whew. I guess that explains why she has a positive mentality when it comes to like being accepted in the town. Oh, you know, that just made me realize, does that mean every single merchant who's gone to the village, who's asked around, has been given the cold shoulder, and that's why they wander into the forest and then the mansion, and then that's why they die? Because if the villagers are like, you know, don't go near that place, you're gonna die, I'm pretty sure merchants wouldn't bother. Yeah, so maybe not. But was he given the dagger from the villagers? Was that confirmed, or was it from some other travel? I don't know. Okay. So not entirely cold shoulder. In fact, he would have lived if it weren't for that dagger. Making good conversation here. I wonder why though, because she, according to the conversation with the dad, they weren't born here. They came from some other place. Ugh, I hate ham sandwiches. It's not a big fan, I'm sorry. I could go for a sandwich though. Just give me the bread. I mean, it's good that you like the food, so don't worry about that. I'm not a fan of ham. I missed this conversation. Your dad's home country. He doesn't know very much himself. Sorry. Could you tell me about your home country? I've asked Dad, but you won't tell me very much. Okay, so he cuts it off. You don't actually know where he's from. Wait, didn't you just recommend the sea to him? And you don't know that? Okay, so maybe she loves the sea because of the merchant. mean, now that I think about it, I think I've only been to the beach at most 3 times in my life. Yeah, 3 times. And I mean, I live in California, right? So I guess that's a little bit of a surprise, but I remember 3 things about the beach. 1, the beach smells. 2, watch where you walk, because that sand could be dangerous. And 3, there's a lot of litter. Yeah, I don't have that really adventurous mindset of going out, seeing nature. I'm almost always at home, I'll be real. Oh, so her father is his boss, and that's the relationship. And that's how they meet each other. That makes more sense now. Because I was wondering why the merchant is in this place. Like, well, what are you doing here other than traveling? And then, you know, why is he at her house eating dinner? And now we know. Oh, okay, so that explains her clothing, which we thought was from Asia? Okay, so now I understand. So maybe he's Japanese, because the Dutch and Japanese were trading at this time period, according to Jimbo. Present day or the past? Okay, so she's back in the village asking questions, so there we go. Wait, shortly? Shortly before I arrived at the village, a beast appeared. It killed him. I think it's been maybe several years. Sorry, I missed that line. Once a week, someone would just be gone, even as weeks passed and none of them ever returned. Okay. He chased the beast. I mean, it's obvious to us, but, well, Pauline kind of has a innocent, childish mentality, but also her focus right now is finding her husband, right? More than anything, more than even her own life. What? Why would the village call you a coward? They haven't walked up and killed the beast. Ah, interesting. Holy shit. Maybe the village doesn't actually think this of him, because that would be too... What would you call it? Too unempathetic, but at the same time, that's how they reacted to the beast, though. But, like, to me... hang on. When he says... Where's that line? What did the village tell you about me? Did it go something like this? That the kid couldn't even take revenge for his parents, that he's a damn coward? That, to me, is all in his head. I don't think the village said that. And we saw a scene in which Pauline talked to someone and didn't mention the kid being a coward at the very least, right? So I'm thinking maybe it really is true that Javi is going to appear like the beast to Bestia. I originally thought it was just gonna be her, right? It makes more sense. Who else would go to that mansion other than, you know, the merchant's wife? And she's been shown around through the story, but apparently, more likely, it's gonna be him. And I thought to myself, maybe what makes the beast look the way it does is, unsurprisingly, its mentality. So, Javi, who has this kind of like revenge-struck mindset, who believes others are talking behind his back, who believes that in the eyes of other people, he's a coward, right? It's very similar to the beast, who in the eyes of other people thinks that he's a beast. He has embedded that into his own view of himself. He is also revenge-driven, right? So there's a lot of similarities between him and the beast. So yeah, I think at this point now, if I were to make a bet, which I will, I will give someone a sub if the doppelganger that appears at the castle is not this guy right here. I mean, it makes logical sense to me. I just thought it would be Pauline at first, until, like, this relationship happened. Can I get a 12-inch meatball marinara for your sub? I can't, man. Sorry. Talking about Subway, God, ever since I couldn't eat like bread anymore, I've actually looked at Subway in a different light. Like I actually want just a sandwich now. Yeah, does anyone want to take that bet with me? I'm willing to do it. You'll donate if Doppelganger Bestia is yeah. Okay, sure, we'll do that. And obviously, if I'm wrong, I'll give it this. I'll give someone a sub. Whoa, way easier said than done, man. Okay, so he's gonna volunteer to go to Dimension, right? At least that's how it's setting up. Oof. What a line to end on. You know, guys, I was thinking that after this stream, I should go back to my hometown and get married. Okay. I fell asleep again? Oh. Okay, maybe I'm being shown these scenes from the mansion or something. Okay, so yeah, there we go. The mansion does show us scenes from outside her perspective, and that's how they set it up. You could just move him outside the house, but okay. Oh, well, there we go. You know, if I were in the position of the white-haired girl right now, you know what I would suggest? Let's leave this place, man. For one, you probably don't get enough sunlight, so that's not healthy for you. Two, I don't think this place is all that great. It's probably cursed. we'll figure something out, don't worry. The maid can find someone else to be the master of this house, okay? Dude, seriously? The maid ditched as the most important part. You could be like, hey, maid, move these mirrors outside the house so he doesn't have to punch them, right? But the maid's not here. She's not helping out. What the fuck, man? Well, let's not kill any villagers. Let's just, you know, leave the place. Leave the village. You know, go to some place where no one is like, oh, look at that guy. He's a beast, right? Go to some place where it's like, look at that gentleman. You know, the guy with the shroud of shadows around him and the lovely bloodshot eyes and that crazy loving smile. He should be welcome here. Go to that place. Oof. Know someone that has the same smile? Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna grab some more water because I'm feeling a little bit parched right now, and then I will return very quickly. So just give me a quick moment, guys. Oh, thank you, Shogun. Give me a quick moment. I need to get one more thing, and I'll be right back. Sorry for the wait. I'll also come back bearing some interesting news, so hang on. Okay, I'm back. So the interesting news was while I was getting some water, I found out that the venue, the venue at Texas Showdown, the tournament, right? A room A room had its roof collapse from rain or a pipe exploding, and there's a bunch of water over the floor of the hotel. Like, what the fuck? So I guess the rain in Houston right now must be really terrible. Don't worry, no one's hurt, so thank God for that. Yeah, look, okay, so there were some people that were getting top 8 interviews for BB tag, but, well, that was the room they were trying to do the interview in, so everyone's okay, thank God for that. It is scary, man. I'm not sure it was just bad infrastructure, I guess. Had to be. Or it's a really terrible storm happening there. Is anyone from, like, Texas and Houston right now? Is the rain, like, that bad? Fata Morgana's been pretty impressive, actually. I like its use of multiple perspective, its ambiguous way of using time, its way of connecting characters from one chapter to another. The first chapter I found was pretty impressive, especially using the circular imagery of its themes to connect the time, I guess, is the most vague way I'll put it, because I'm still very uncomfortable about the first chapter. Yeah, exactly. This is definitely what I needed after Zonky Zero. Yeah, I'm excited to see where else this writer is willing to go. Because whoever wrote this, I acknowledge as a talented writer, right? I can see how they're crafting things. I can see the intention of what they're doing. The first chapter left a good impression on me. The second chapter is going perfectly fine, right? No execution errors that I would see, for example, in like Zonky Zero. And writing isn't easy, right? I write for a living, so I understand the amount of effort that it takes. And to see it executed well makes me happy. Not just because I can appreciate it, but because I'm happy for the writer. Keika Hanada, okay. I think the only thing I wish this visual novel had was a more animated way of using its visuals. But, you know, I understand that's not going to be the case with every single VM. It has, in exchange, a really amazing soundtrack with 5 composers, so, you know, I'm totally down for that. Wow, okay. The forest? Yep, here we go. Maybe that's what the mansion does. Maybe it leads you to the mansion by calling out to you. Wasn't there a mention of that? Like, people would hear voices as if they were calling out to them? I definitely remember something about voices calling out. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that. So that's another thing they're doing in Chapter 2. So one of the themes in Chapter 1 is social status creating distance, right? In Chapter 2, it's being from a different country or being outside the village creating distance. So that's another way of tying into the initial themes. Also, cursed bloodline being one of the reasons why the story even began in the first place. Same thing with, I would say, Chapter 2. Not necessarily like through incest, but like I was born to be a beast, right? Also, then you have the return of the white-haired girl. There we go. Polly. Sorry, what? Oh, using nicknames to get closer. Yeah, right. Here, let me ask a question to anyone who's not read this story before. Do you guys honestly believe that the mansion is alive, as it has its own consciousness, and it has its own power to do things? I mean, it seems heavily shown that's the case. Like, what else would? How else would the story even happen in the first place? And if the house has its own consciousness, then there's something that you can blame it on if you want to do that, right? So it's not the fault of these characters, it's the fault of the house, but that's not entirely true, right? There are certain overextensions that characters make that could be considered a flaw or a fault of their own. But not entirely the truth as well, because there's a lot of victims in this story, right? The Beast didn't deserve to be, like, ostracized and ridiculed and punished like he was when he was born, I guess. Javi didn't need to lose his parents. That came from a tragedy. The parents in the first story, God, going to that still makes me feel uncomfortable. But mistakes did happen, but there are victims in it too, right? The children, for example. And that's kind of the bummer of it, if you think about it. Right? The faults of the past carry on to the future. So it doesn't matter that, that the white-haired girl in this story, if she is the daughter, it doesn't matter that, that she's unrelated to what happened in the past. She didn't do that, right? But she still takes the blame. She still carries on the same ridicule, the same type of prejudice that people had on her mother to her, right? So it just keeps going on. And so when will it stop, if it will? Let me bounce back again. What's he saying? Let's start from here. Okay, so now she has a nickname. This is where the mansion is. The mansion is something that shouldn't be there. It feels out of place in this area, and something seems off about it, like it's somehow ethereal, could disappear at any moment. So yeah, so I was wondering if the mansion actually moved around. Because I definitely don't recall a forest in the mansion in the first chapter. It seemed like it was actually in town. So there we go. So more further detail about that possible idea. Yeah, I don't see the story right now setting up for anything other than the mansion actually being alive. I don't know how you would write that given the way you are directing the reader right now. Yeah, and I definitely don't recall a C in the first chapter, so the mansion has to be moving around. There's no fucking way. Yeah, Manu. Okay. So it's not likely that the Beast and the white-haired girl can just leave and just find some happiness somewhere else. I don't know, man. This mansion's not good news, though. Given how the story is being set up, it's most likely that I found that pretty funny, son. But it's most likely that they're going to walk into the mansion and then Yabi's going to appear like the Beast, right? So this is in the past. And if I'm wrong about that, then I'm going to give someone a sub. I mean, did you faint from looking at Vestia, or do you recognize the person? What? Are you saying Bestia looks like the merchant? Yukimasa. Okay. We still have to see how this finishes, so if Pauline ends up dying, that is what I initially thought, but okay. Oh shit, wow. Who? Okay, so that's how they tricked you, by having... Oh, I mean, it's obvious how they tricked you. Okay, so you know what? Let's just keep reading, right? I'm sure the story will explain itself, and if you get confused, I'll explain afterwards. Oof. Oh wow, that's a cool way of doing it. Dude, my God, the writer is so talented. I'll talk about this more when this scene is done. Wow. Okay, I think we're almost done, so let's finish this chapter and then we'll talk. Well, you know, maybe now is a better time. Okay, so first I'm gonna give someone a sub. And I don't mind that because I'm very impressed by the writing. I'll talk about a few things very quickly. So, how do I give someone a sub in my own chat? That's a good question. Let's take a look here. I think I have to actually open up my stream to do so. So let's do that. Bam. Okay, done. Gift a sub. There it is. Okay, hit this button here. And I think that did it. Yeah, it works. Perfect. Okay. So, my initial thoughts of Pauline dying were correct, but the story sets you up to believe that, you know, Yavi is going to be the one who dies because of the sound effect from the beast and also his mentality. And so the beast looking like the beast is how it makes you think that, right? Other than the sound effect. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else to add, but let's just go over the old details in case people are just popping in right now. So, chapter 1, some of the themes were distance due to social class, right? Noble and normal person. Circular kinds of the nature of, I'm trying to figure out how to describe this because it's not the repetition of violence. It's actually, it kind of is, but it's more like the past haunts the present. The actions of your forefathers will continue to haunt the children, right? No matter if you are a different person, the transgressions that happened do not go away. So kind of like a grudge or a curse, right? And so in chapter 1, that meant that the white haired girl's father, aka the main character's father, slept with the main character's mother, and so when those two date and eventually consummate their relationship, it creates a circular theme, not just like, you know, the past coming back to haunt the present going to the future, and all tying it back to the past. No, incest, right? In that case. So then the blood curse line happens. The cursed bloodline, sorry. The cursed bloodline happens. The house becomes officially cursed. Ruin happens, and the family is gone forever. And then the house moves, right? And there's a next story, chapter 2. Chapter 2, distance is reintroduced. That distance is between lands, right? So, people who speak Dutch, whatever language the villagers speak. I'm going to assume the main character is Japanese with a name like Yukimasa, right? So the distance between each other is not just like in distance between countries, it's distance between understanding each other, so language as well. And so they hide the language that the beast is speaking because you want to set up for the reveal when you find out that the beast is actually Yukimasa. Also, there is still a question that I have in my head because to me, it looked like the time period for when the beast attacked the village was far, far, far away from the present time in this story. And for it to be only like maybe months, which is why Pauline searches for him, right? Because if it were like decades into the past, then Pauline would have forgotten already or would be dead searching some other place, right? I'm not sure how they set that up, where it felt like it was in the far distant past, but I think it's because of of how the Beast explains his origin story, where it feels like he was born as a child and was ridiculed. But what possibly could have happened was the mansion removed his memory and then inputted into his head that he was a beast, right? And because he couldn't communicate to other people, not because he didn't understand humans, it's because he didn't understand their language, right? He's Japanese. And he also took away, the mansion also took away his understanding, I suppose, of the people's language. So that's a thing. And so the weird sounds the beasts were making was just I'm going to assume Japanese. So it's actually really convenient how this story doesn't have voice acting. Because if it did, and I heard the beast speak Japanese, immediately I'd be like, isn't that the merchant? Right? If the merchant spoke Japanese and he spoke Japanese, like there's a connection there. But they take that away from you. And so like the conventions of this visual novel is very well done for its choices, right? So one of the critiques I might have said was this visual novel should have voice acting, right? It's like it's so well done with its music. It has a very high quality in types of its writing, in context of its writing. Sorry, but it could it could benefit from having voice acting. And this is from a company maybe like I didn't actually research this. Maybe this company is like rich enough to do so. Like they have the funds to do so, right? But the story not having voice acting really sets its atmosphere very well. It takes its limitations and expands upon it to trick the reader very well. And so I think it's twice now that the writing has set me up on purpose to believe that it's going to be this way, but instead it's this way. I forgot what happened in the first chapter that I was reading into that made me think that it's this, but actually it's this. There's some type of reversal in the first chapter. Give me a second. What was that reversal? That reversal was I remember. It's the incest. The sister is super infatuated with the brother. I don't want that to happen. Have your distance between each other. Go marry individual people, and so that that distance is socially correct, and you two will not like create a cursed bloodline, right? Like I felt very uncomfortable with that. But instead, the incest that actually ends up happening in chapter 1 is between the main character and the white-haired girl, right? And so that's the twist. For chapter 2, the twist is obviously Yukimasa is the beast, but they set it up for you to believe that's Yavi. And that was really well constructed, using the limitations of this visual novel to make it into a feature, to make it into a strength. And I can only applaud that. That is extremely well done. The other thing that I noticed that I completely dismissed was the sword, right? To me, because the setting was European, I thought the sword was like, I don't know, a Western sword. Think whatever you have in your head. But yeah, a katana is a sword. And I was like, oh, okay, right? And if you had katana as an image, then you would naturally connect the image of a katana to a Japanese sword. And if you thought Japanese sword and you were breaking down the characters and where they're from, then you would realize, oh, the beast is actually Yukimasa, right? It was actually the merchant. Because like midway through the story, you were seeing how I was trying to break down where they're from, because the setting was really important in the story. Where they're from, how they speak, the difference between their cultures, stuff like that is integral to the story. And I'm very thankful, by the way, that Jimbo said that trading between the Dutch and the Japanese was happening during his time period. I was like, oh, okay. So that means Pauline is Dutch. And that means most likely the merchant is Japanese, right? And then the reason why I was so confused with Pauline being Dutch was like, why is she wearing that outfit? That looks very, I didn't want to say it, but it looks like a kimono? And apparently it was, right? So there we go. So she got that dress from the merchant who is Japanese. And now we have all that twists, and now we're here, set up for the story. So that's about as far as I've gotten so far in terms of how Chapter 1 connects to Chapter 2, not just through characters that reoccur, but through these themes that connect from the first story to the second. And now the issue is this. If you have done such an amazing connection between Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, you ideally want to connect all the stories thematically. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how this author continues to craft more influence from the past into the present, into the future, etc. Because if the past still haunts the present, if the crimes of the past still influence their children, right? Then logically, the cursed will continue into the next chapter, into the next chapter, into the next chapter, right? Can you just blame the mansion? I don't know if that's what they're trying to do. To me, I still see some. I don't know. Because I feel like that was just a tragedy. Like, if the mansion was purely at fault, which I think it is, because in this case, well, okay, in this case, it felt like, I don't know. If I can get like a clear perspective of what happened during the past, then that would allow me to get better context. But they're purposely denying you all that information. This story is ambiguous on purpose, and maybe because we only saw the past from like what, two perspectives at most, right? The perspective of Yavi having his parents killed, and the perspective from Yukimasa as the beast, right? I don't know if I switch the perspective and I was from a villager's eyes, if the villagers were going like, "Hey, man, actually, we want to help you out, but you keep swinging your sword, and we can't do that, right?" Because from the perspective of the beast, it's extremely unreliable if the mansion is like screwing with his vision, right? And so I can't say that yet. I need more context. I need more of the story to be able to make a judgment on that. But anyway, that's where we are right now, and hopefully that can help you catch you. Hopefully that can catch you up to where we are in the story. Okay, let's move forward. Sorry for the wait, guys. Who did the beast attack in that scene? His wife. So again, I wonder if Yavi is gonna be Javi. How come Javi? Javi is gonna become the next beast, right? Given his mentality, given his revenge mindset, stuff like that. Because again, they set that up, right? And if it was just there to trick you, and Yukimasa ends up being the beast and whatever, I guess. But I think there's more to it. It could be that the beast is created from that mindset. People who have that mindset are doomed to repeat mistakes from the past. And if that's your idea about revenge, then yeah, it makes sense. It connects to the story. But I think having Javi appear in future stories would be very valuable. So we'll see what happens. My God. Maid, you could have been there to prevent that massacre. And dude, okay, okay, all right, Maid, shut up for a second. All right, I'm gonna buy you a drink afterward because I like you so much. But still, okay, what you could have done, Maid, was tell me that the merchant looks like this and the beast looks like this. All right, but you didn't give me that shit. You left that ambiguous as fuck. Oh boy. And she didn't lie to me, but she left details out on purpose. if it wasn't the house, then how else could he see her as someone other than his wife? I don't know. Oh, okay. Well, let's say for a second that the mansion actually influenced his perspective, and then he kills someone under the influence of the mansion. For him to remember his humanity would also will make him, have to admit that he's murdered someone, other than just being a beast and beasts kill people. Yeah, right. So remembering his humanity also would require him to take responsibility for what he did. And if he also remembers his past, he would have to come to terms with the fact that he can't just go back easily and like talk to his wife and be like, "Hey, man, I'm back. I've killed someone." So that is an interesting use of distance as I guess you can call it a safeguard. But man, that is awkward. Uh, Yeah, there's also that too, right? So it's not just his murder, it's his relationship with the white-haired girl. So it's not easy to go back to being human, right? To remembering the past. Because if he does, he has again to take responsibility for his actions. Unless once again you blame the mansion, right? So like it's not his fault. It's the mansion's fault, right? But if he had returned to his humanity, if he had that chance to do so, he could have prevented that tragedy from happening. The story is still continuing? Okay then. Um, I I thought you said that perfectly good to go. We still have what Yavi left. Well, he probably left the mansion by now. I'm not sure what he's doing. Um, he might be plotting revenge yet again, which would be oof. Okay, so we recognize his humanity now, and so he has a new name. I'm guessing, or he could just be Yuki Masa. So. So his ship really did shipwreck. My god, this freaking story. Good shit, man. Yeah, I can see why this story is well received by its audience. It's really impressive. Makes me glad that I like this medium so much. Visual novels are amazing, man. Right, and the accident makes him lose his memory. Oh my god, what a setup. Because, dude, sometimes the main character having amnesia is such a terrible ass setup. Like, I consider, unless it's really well interwoven into the story, I consider it a really lazy way of, like, just moving on. Hey, senpai. Well, I mean, being a beast is running away in this scenario here. And do you want to know that you killed your wife? Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, Crystal. What? Okay, are you saying son like son-in-law or something? Are you saying son as in that's... Oh my god. I mean, are you sure, Loveheart? Okay, all right, then we're safe. Wait. Said son in front of Pauline? Why did they? But that was before they were married, right? Okay. We should be okay. We should be good. Let me read this again. Start from here. Higher. Let's go over here. So, Pauline's father, as we already know, is half Japanese. So that makes sense. Well, Pauline, at the very least, is half Japanese. So Pauline should be Japanese, and the husband, sorry, the wife is Dutch, I guess? Okay. Yukimasa obviously comes from Japan. Well, he was born in Europe, but his family is from Japan. Alright. Who was the captain who forced open Japan's borders to trade? Because that was definitely taught in my history class. Thank you. One of the crew is conspiring of a government official. Okay. What? You didn't even let him finish! Oh. Well, gee, I wonder why. Okay. You mean VN's popular in FinestKO? I mean, I grew up with some of them. And surprisingly, there's a decent amount of people within our community who are big fans of visual novels. So, I mean, if you ever want to talk about VNs with our crew, just, you know, pop by Discord. And we streamed a decent amount of visual novels, too. Very recently, we covered Muv-Luv. Now we're doing this. If you consider Phoenix Wright a visual novel, I've done that. We've done Steins Gate 0 a little bit. I finished it on my own, though. We did Root Double, Phenomeno, plenty of them on our stream. Chaos Child, yeah. But like, for me, this is a medium that I really appreciate. And sharing it with other people via streams is it feels comforting for me. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is where we go, right? So it's not entirely, if you want to blame the house, it's not entirely the house's fault. He's already killed one person. I'm going to assume there's going to be another right now, fairly soon. Dude! You've known each other for years, and you're gonna kill him like this? I'm assuming it's torture. Yeah, it is. Oh my god! Oh my god, you barely even waited. Okay. Oh my. All right then. Are you having fun, Yukimasa? Holy shit. Okay, buddy. He didn't even wait! Oh, wow, he just straight up admits it. We don't see portraits of either of them? Are they gonna set that up in just a moment? Well, I mean, one of them's dead, so you don't have to look at her again. If that's what they're trying to do here. Also, his transformation, I guess, would be something that you can set up as you do this. Visually, I mean. Okay, so he lies there. Wow, this story's still continuing. You could have finished this earlier. I'm just legitimately impressed. Right, so pretty much the maid spells it out for you if you don't understand the themes or like the idea being presented here. So that tug of war between like savagery and humanity, which I guess is implied to be in everyone. But in this case, it's, you know, also tied to his memories. Sorry, one more time? Got it, okay. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It must be really stressful. Put this over here. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Conveniently, if the maid were here, you could be like, hey, maid, go get me some medicine. You're like, nah. I was only paid to do so much. See you later. I mean, you could just double check with the maid. Be like, hey, maid, can you leave the house in, like, this certain radius? And if she says no, then okay, fine. Right? But I gotta hear it from her voice first. I have yet to see her leave the vicinity of the mansion, though. Yeah, a little bit outside, but not, like, far, far away. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. So if the villagers realize it's him, they'll probably kill him. Okay, so now I'm thinking about the themes of inhumanity, alright? Because this story pretty, like, pushes it to your face. And if inhumanity existed in the first chapter, and if that was a theme that was present and continued over, in some aspects, yes, right? Given how people treated the witch, but I'm still thinking. Are you sure he didn't recognize you? A faint look of panic crosses his face. How is what? Okay, so that's why he's surprised. Right, yeah. That all ends today? Why? Okay then. Go ahead. I'm not surprised. And he also is the only one who recognizes what he looks like right now. Oh, it's Return of the Bell again. Oh, I didn't know the bell rose in tone. Down to the cellar? Isn't that where he was first shown in the story? In fact, I'm pretty certain that's the case. Thank you, Oscar. Much appreciated, man. Oh, it's a good way of returning back to the beginning. Where, you know, I'm pretty sure there was a lot of blood. Okay, I understand why you would want to kill Yuki Masa, but why did you kill her? Of course. Okay. Well, welcome to California, by the way. I mean, I'm focusing on streaming and work lately. Man, you just jumped into the stream. Shit got wild. think from the perspective of the maid. And that should be the end of the chapter. Right? Because the door closed. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. Let me say that twice because that's the number of times they did a did a twist on me, right? The first twist being the setup for, well, I mean, there's just multiple twists. Uh, One of the major ones would be that the beast is actually, the merchant. The other one would be the setup for who dies by the merchant's hand. It's his wife, not Yavi. But Yavi, I'm assuming, dies at the end. And then the final twist was that even though when you go into the story, you're pretty much given implications that the beast is human, right? And you're like, okay, you're human, man. Don't just all you gotta do is just realize it, and if you realize it, you won't be a beast anymore. But turns out, no. The moment you realize you're a beast is worse. Sorry, the moment you realize you're human, it's worse for you because you can't you can't use the beast image as a crutch anymore. Now, it turns out it's worse. Turns out that from the beginning, you've always had this desire to kill people. And it would be better to explain it as if you were a beast, as if you were inhuman. But in reality, um, the moment you became human was the moment you recalled your past, was the moment you recalled your desires, was the moment you realized that it's never truly left you. You always wanted to kill people. And that is a disturbing kind of way to end the story. Thank you, OBS, for the sub, by the way. I'm trying to think of what I take away from that other than, wow. Human savagery, huh? I mean, I definitely read stories about that. In fact, you're supposed to read stories about that when you're like growing up, uh, you know, high school education. Uh, wow. I'll say it again. They went full circle again. Very fitting for this story. And how do you escape it? I don't know. uh, and it's whew, shit, man. It's a neat way to tie it all together too, because each story, you can read on its own, right? You don't necessarily. Well, okay, I'm not entirely sure yet because I got to see the feature stories. But at least for chapter 1 and chapter 2, I can just show you the story, and on its own, it's it's enclosed. You can understand it by itself without having the previous story. And that's very fitting for having a circular kind of image and theme. The story comes full circle, and therefore there's that kind of closure that you have there, and you understand how that story works, but also how the circular nature of the violence happens, and how the past haunts the present, goes to the future, goes back to the past, goes to the present, goes to the future again and again and again, right? And so I'm starting to see how the story is structured in terms of an image now. It's kind of like, imagine a straight rope, right? Hold a rope in between your left and right hand and stretch it so it's straight. Now, that rope represents the present timeline, where we are right now with the maid as the master of the house, right? And now I want you to create a notch on the left. That notch indicates the first story. That notch, that circle that you just created, is the first story. However, it is within it's within a greater scheme of things. And so that notch continues to a straight line, which is the rope that you're pulling, right? And here's the second story. Tie the rope again. That's the second circle. And then we're going to tie the rope again, most likely for the third story, then the fourth and the fifth, and so on and so forth. The question then is this rope, which has a bunch of circles in it, because you started tying the rope, right, at different points of the rope. The question is if that rope is going to go full circle again when you tie both ends together. And so you have a bunch of stories on a continuous timeline at first, and then you realize at the end that it just all loops. I don't know if the author is going to set it up like that. But if you're wondering why I told you that kind of idea, that kind of image, it's because authors can use the story's structure as an image to give you a better understanding of the entire work. And if you start to see how the image of the story as it's designed looks, you can get a better feel for why the writer creates scenes the way it does, right? I'm trying to think of any other examples, but if that was clear to you, and I hope it was, then you start to understand where I'm going here. There are other stories that I can give you as an example that aren't circular stories, right? They don't have a beginning that goes to the end and it loops back to the beginning. There are some stories where there are parallel lines. It's kind of strange to say, but those parallel lines are multiple stories going along the same path as each other, right? They're parallel to each other, but they don't intersect. And so the idea is with parallel lines, they're all happening at the same time at different places, and you're supposed to create an understanding that from these reference stories that are parallel to each other, right? You're supposed to get an overall idea of why the author, creator, whatever, is showing you these stories. And sometimes, even though they don't intersect, the ideas from each story are parallel. They're going towards the same direction, right? And so you get something from story 1, story 2, story 3, but they don't have characters that interact with each other, and so they're parallel. You can also do something funky if you want. These stories are parallel with each other. They're all going towards this theme. That theme could be violence makes you inhumane, right? Let's just say that's the story theme. But because these stories don't interact, they don't like cross each other, right? You could use that structure to say something like, ultimately, we're all individuals isolated from each other, and so we cannot connect with each other, and so violence is within every single person, and you're all headed towards the end, and that end is violence will end you, right? That's an idea of how the story structure that you set up makes it more clear to the audience what you're trying to say. It also, very conveniently, makes it easier to write. So by having parallel stories, I'm just giving you an example here, you layer your work further. So it's not just one simple straight read through the story. You have things for the reader or audience to compare to. And that's what they're doing here. If you are a writer, for example, a creative writer, and you want to figure out a way to make your story more nuanced, having an understanding of the image of your story can help, right? Whether that be a circle, parallels, it can be like vertically done as well. This is going to be a little bit of a spoiler, but Umaneko is a vertical structure for its story, and I won't explain why until we read it. Then I'll be like, okay, so here's the reason why I consider it vertical, and then we'll just move from there. Okay, anyway, hopefully you learned a lot from what I just said and the comments I made throughout the story. This is really well written. Okay, you have every reason to like this story. Do writers have to do both the story and the technique in which a story is told, or can it be a cooperative work? It can be a cooperative work. In fact, there's plenty of visual novels that have multiple authors um, working to create the overall story. For example, Chaos Child has multiple writers. Grisaya, the first one, had multiple writers. Steins Gate is one. I don't know if this is one story. Muv-Luv, the original trilogy, has one main writer, but he did have help, right? I think 2 other writers. But generally, if you have one creative vision, it's a more consistent story because the only person you have to talk to is yourself. But in exchange is a lot more work, and visual novels are long, like freaking long. This is 50 hours. Muv-Luv for me was 120 hours. Steins Gate for me was 60 something hours, so 0. So you get the point, right? It's a lot of freaking work. 30 hours, huh? So if I took 6 hours of first stream, I'm going to assume this was... So about 5 chapters is my guess of how long this is. Don't answer that. I just wanted to just let it rock. Oof. Though I personally believe that without an element of monstrousness buried somewhere within, a man cannot become a beast, regardless of what may push him in that direction. Do you follow? I understand her logic, but I don't agree with it. As in, I believe everyone has that element within them, right? You don't have to agree with me. We, as humans, have some savagery within us because we are part animal. If you believe in evolution, which I do, right? And so, to retain your humanity, you have to figure out a way to positively channel that animalistic, bestial, instinctual, whatever the hell you want to call it, aspect of yourself into something positive. Some ways, personally, that I consider this would be through art, right? Through like physical training, doing sports, for example, or whatever. Now, this isn't like the theme of every single story that deals with human savagery. Some people say that, you know, it's just something that you have to learn with time, and humans aren't really innately savage, or some people just naturally have it within them, or whatever, right? It's different per author, but I personally believe in what I just said to you. Yeah, Pauline's a very innocent person. Definitely sequestered from the world. I mean, is that a philosophical question? It's not like something I can show you through science, but if you want to talk about that with the lens of history, you have that option. There's plenty of like books that have covered that idea as well, one of which you probably read already, which is, what, Lord of the Flies? Sorry, this is the mirror? The light from the candle in the maid's hand was the only thing that reflected in it. The maid herself did not appear. Okay, again, we're having that idea. This, by the way, is the first image that goes on before you enter the story. So that's how they set you up. And I mentioned that as well. Just as you were about to avert your eyes, you thought you caught a glimpse of white hair. You heard a voice echo in the darkness, and when you turned to face the mirror again, the glass was the color of obsidian, as if it had painted over. That is weird. Beyond the mirror. Really? I forgot there were choices in this visual novel. The fuck? What do I do? Well, first I'll save. Okay, Okay, so it saves over my choices over here. Just to be certain and safe, I'm gonna choose to save it in here. And then I'm gonna load. And then I'm gonna take this right here. And then I'm gonna save again. I don't think this choice actually matters, but I'll do it anyway. Okay. And now I'm gonna go back. So now I have two choices that I can go back to. And I'll choose to load here. And because this is the main... Yeah, this is what I do to organize things. Don't worry about it. Because I've done the story, that's my main save there. So now the option is extend your hand or... I never noticed that before. Out of curiosity, is that always a thing or just for this? The details you miss. Okay, anyway. Would you guys like option 1 or option 2? Do you want to avert your eyes and forget all about your humanity? Or do you want to extend your hand and grasp it? We got touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it, touch it. Okay, touch it. Is this the next chapter? Wait, are you telling me I can completely avoid a chapter? No way. Hang on, give me a second. Oh my god, what the fuck? Okay then, alright, let's go. Oh yeah, welcome back to the mansion. Who the hell is Cassell? Well, we'll figure it out, I guess. What do you mean the door's not locked? Who does? Okay, whatever. Welcome to the mansion that wants people to die, so... Yeah, I guess I would have the door wide open. Hey, you know what? Out of curiosity, how many people in the chat would just walk into a mansion that just, you know, happens to have its front doors open? Press 1 if the answer is yes. Press 2 if no. I think I've been reading too many horror stories for me to say yes. Okay, so this is before the second chapter because, you know, the beast destroyed that. Who? Huh? Can someone do me a favor? Could you Google this guy's name and Angel and tell me if you find anything? Yeah, and is Mikhail supposed to be a derivation? Is that the right word? Of the name Michael? I don't know if that's actually true. If they're supposed to be separate names and separate meanings, or if they're both supposed to be from the original name. Like Michael is supposed to be pronounced Michael? Just want to confirm, just to make sure. Michelle. Got it. I guess the reason why is because, well, English rules, but also that sounds like a female name to some people. Yeah, you're right, Chaos. I didn't think of that. Give me a second. Your mansion. City. So, at this time period, it's not a village, it's a city. Oh. Well, a very famous name for a witch. Wait, what? I thought Morgana was a female name, like Morgana. Is it Morgan Le Fay or is it Morgana Le Fay? I freaking forgot already. But yeah, isn't Morgana a female? Whatever. Who? Huh? Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm just looking at my reflection. What? chill in the mansion has been intensified. Well, I mean, fittingly, there's some blue now. Hey, Crystal, out of curiosity. Okay, so you said few, which means we're safe. I'm gonna save here, just out of curiosity. So, does this lead to the same area? When was the mansion built? I remember that line. Okay, so we're gonna avert. It leads to the same line, just different music. Okay, here we go. Oh no. Don't worry about it, Crystal. Don't answer that question. Okay, maid. So if the mansion is cursed and it brings misfortune upon its residents, why do you always want a master? Okay. I wonder if the story will go to the to our time. That'll be intriguing. I mean, that's not implausible. We're jumping several hundred years. Well, at least from the first 30 to second. Okay. Modern cursed house? A house that lives past its time, you know? 1869, hey! Oh, yeah, and the music fits the time period. Oh shit! Wow, I'm in the story already. Is that a pool table? I think it is. Okay, alright. Alright. What language is this? Is this French? I can't tell. Let me actually listen. Or is it still Portuguese? Anyone? Does anyone know? Portuguese still, okay. The mansion sat upon land inhabited largely by immigrants, the New World. Okay. So the mansion does move? Confirmed? Still trying to get used to this story. It feels so different. Okay, so investors. Okay, so they try to get information and it's like, I don't know, investing in stock market, I guess. Except, you know, in different businesses. Okay. Alright. Okay, so this is like business partners, sort of. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, the maid doesn't like him, so it fits how she's telling the story. Okay, buddy. You should at least try to care about some people's lives. Wow! Okay then, buddy. Yeah, I'm with the maid on this one. Don't quite like this guy. Oh, finally! Okay, so we have people back in the mansion. Thank God. Except they're all gonna die or have their lives ruined. Okay. Oh, so the wealth inequality. Is that how they're gonna present distance in this story? Okay. Well, shit, man! Alright then, hi, welcome back. I did anticipate your appearance. I just would hope not, you know, because seems like someone always happens to have a tragic end. Wife? Really? Already, huh? Yeah, this song has issues of looping, though. It's so short. So, like, this scene continues on for a long time, and so you're gonna definitely hear that end of the song. I know that sounds obvious, but sometimes when you create a scene in a visual novel, you want to pace the scene along with the song to not cause this kind of weird empty transition, right? Or do you want to create a song that just naturally loops itself? And generally, this visual novel is really good with how it uses music to properly time itself with certain events, right? Or like anticipate how you're gonna press a button and then it transitions. Hang on. What the fuck? Oh my. What is that? There's some type of image that's being... Is that still a flower? Okay. I'm not sure if that's what you mean, but you know how the overlay happens with black, and then because it does, you're able to see better the background image? I'm wondering what this background image is. Unless you're saying it's a generated fractal, which I'm not sure. It still looks like a flower to me. How would I set it up? I don't think I could do it from this position. I would have to have the layers here and take the background positioning with it. Looks like a wheel to you? That would make more sense, I think. Holy shit, okay, so yeah, progress at a speed in which you're not taking time to actually, I don't know, smell the roses. Hang on, let me look it up. Fractal, a curve or geometric figure, each part of which has the same statistical character as the whole. Fractals are useful in modeling structures, such as eroded coastlines or snowflakes, in which similar patterns recur at progressively smaller scales, and describing partly random or chaotic phenomena such as crystal growth, fluid turbulence, and galaxy formation. Got it, okay. I do wonder, what happened? Okay. I guess I could kind of see that, but if you can see my mouse, I still see a flower right here. And I feel like that flower was also present in the first story. I don't recall if that was present in the second story, however. But I think what they're trying to do is they're using this background image in multiple stories to give you an idea of how it fits the time. Wait, why would you do it intentionally? Oh. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's because you can get away with bullying her because the person who owns the house doesn't give a shit. So is this the first time the white-haired girl has a long-lasting relationship, and in the end it still sucks for her? I mean, how long have they been married? I'm kind of curious about that too. Yeah, be careful when you ever pick up broken glass or something, it's dangerous. I've had myself stupidly cut myself by doing that. Wow, is Maria the only maid that does her job? Let's see. Honestly, her eyes remind me of, like, Javi. I mean, it's true. I mean, you're paying the maids. That's what you're supposed to do. What? Oh, hang on. Miss Maid, why weren't you there for the white-haired girl? It's not like you haven't seen her before. Get out of here! Get out of here! You ditched in chapter 2. Where the fuck were you? You could be here too. I don't. Just ignore this bullshit. This fucking maid, man. Damn, I like Maria even more. Oh, her eyes are kind of forward now. I was thinking to myself how her portrait was so fitting for how she was feeling, because she didn't look forward, she only looked down. Okay. Yes. Get the. Do I pay you? Like, do I pay you, maid? How much? If you say for free, then okay, I understand. But if I pay you, you tell me. The house pays her. Yeah, I guess that's probably. Yeah, it's true. Man, fuck the house. It's hella rigged. What? Okay. What? Wait, that was it? Shit, man, that sucks. Yeah, ever since I've been on this diet, I've been drinking a lot more tea and coffee. It's actually kind of nice. Making it for him? Oh, you mean the tea, yeah. I mean, he was talking to business partners, but you still didn't have to be that way. Well, I mean, to me, because the maid's been in the house for longer than any of these maids, naturally, to me, she would be the head maid, right? Who else would be in that position? And so, if she were the head maid, she has perfectly the right amount of power to influence how the other maids are acting. So why does she focus on Maria? Maria is the only friend for the white-haired girl, you know? And to me, that implicates Miss Maid here in the crime. It's not possible? Huh. I guess... I mean, that is a possibility, I guess. But she did help out, okay, help out, you know, the merchant. He wasn't like that always? Huh, so things change. Oh, it was an arranged marriage. And you emigrated. Misty Island Nation, okay. I'm going to guess from the marriage they would gain like a noble heritage, right? So that raises them socially, and you would get money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Still, really. I mean, is it gonna be greed that sparks his change? Because greed, I would say, made the merchant Yuki Masa start to, you know, kill people. What was greed also a thing that happened in the first chapter? I'm trying to think about that, but it's interesting, isn't it? Excessive greed will lead to ruin. It's interesting how it seems that these chapters have an emphasized theme, and by emphasizing that theme, they kind of make you recall the previous chapters, and you're trying to find that connection if it was always there. So that's really good storytelling, where by borrowing from the past, you improve the present, but you also give more meaning to the past. That's something that Muv-Luv does too, by the way. It's what I call a reciprocal relationship. Yeah, if you're going by what the 7 sins, then that's a way of doing it. I don't think there's 7 chapters in this game though. That seems a little bit long for what I've been told how long this game is. Could just be a slow reader though, so who knows? I think I am a pretty slow reader. I try to move at a pace where you guys can read normally, but I have to take time to think about things. And if I don't, then the idea just go over my head. One more time. Oh, I get it. Because they married, they naturally should go somewhere as their honeymoon to make it special. Okay. I guess that is kind of funny. Yeah. I was thinking about that too. Yeah, so typically you would think in an arranged marriage, the biggest choice, freedom of choosing your partner, is, you know, taken away from you. But at least in this setup, they seem to have some freedom. It's unfortunate that that isn't really a thing for her later on, though. And I guess as an idea, being in America and all that freedom being pushed makes sense. Because the transcontinental roads and railroads, in case you don't understand. Okay, yeah. Because he started becoming a lot more rude when she mentioned that she couldn't travel due to her condition. Let me start from here. Okay. Well, you're quite the positive thinker. Your parents say something that make you think. Sorry, let's go even further. Speak clearly. I don't like it when people don't speak their mind. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm happy, even if this is a political marriage. You're quite the positive thinker. Your parents say something that make you think that way? I am. Well, either way, if you're so glad to be in this arrangement, then hurry up and decide on a destination. Though there is limit to how far we can go. If you want to take a trip, I'll consider it. Given the time period, isn't this your job? To decide on destination? What, is something funny? It just seemed comical to me that our honeymoon has begun and we're only now deciding where we want to go. Not in a bad way though, I'm glad our parents didn't arrange everything for us. Perhaps you've heard, but I'm quite sensitive to sunlight and not in the best of health. So it would be rather trying for me to spend a full week out of the house. We couldn't go on a trip, but if it's not too much trouble, speak up. Could you show me around? You just interrupted her? Could you show me around town? I'm new to this country and I'm familiar with customs, and I'm rather afraid to go wandering on my own. Show you around. Okay, so did he not know this? Also, it's really rude to interrupt like that. She maybe might be speaking very slowly, and he speaks very tersely. So he's... Oh, I get it. It's because he's not of the same social status, and so his language reflects that. Okay. On a rare bit of time off, you ask me to show you around town. Is that really the most exciting idea you have? And he's starting to see how their marriage is not fitting together, because he's all about like freedom, and she's so reserved. As if I could drag someone who just professed to be sickly all over the country. My God, I've lost interest in the trip. Yeah, so this is when it starts happening. And yet, this is the past in which you say he was not an asshole? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's not very gentlemanly. Yeah, but, you know, that's the issue, right? He's going way too fast, and he's not walking beside her. He's running way ahead of her, if you're talking about his mentality. He's not being accommodating towards his wife. Okay. The poor man who envies the rich covets his wealth, and finds the ambition to make the same for himself, and the rich man who pities the poor, thinking it his duty to give them offerings of philanthropy. To me, the latter is far more nefarious. The rich man who pities the poor and gives them charity is far more nefarious to you? Excessive charity will ruin a man, make him come to expect handouts. And okay. And then there are those with the wrong idea of pity, who let themselves fall down. I hate this guy. I legitimately don't think I could be friends with him. This is actually my issue with some people, where they only look forward and never consider their actions. So they never look towards the past, or consider the present. Yeah, I understand his thought process, because I've definitely encountered it before. But not everything. Not absolutely everything that you make for yourself is not without the influence of some chance or some circumstance that led you there. There's a factor of luck, right? And so some people, because life is unfair, definitely don't always have like the setup to properly grow. And to give them your compassion and your understanding, to me, is a sign of understanding. And to not have that understanding will ultimately hurt yourself in the future if you only think in this type of mentality. That is my opinion. Obviously, you're free to critique that. But I really have a lot of respect for people who are willing to take time out of their day to consider other people's views, like I am, but also to show sympathy if you have that, empathy if you have that. My dad and I, just to kind of like contextualize this, have very different views on the poor. My dad um, was pretty much like pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of guy. Um, and if you've been with us on FinestKO for a very long time, you know that I've done charity streams before, and I've invested my time into helping others when I can, especially like charity events. And so like my mentality is different than my dad's, obviously. I'm not saying my dad is wrong. I'm saying that it's good to have compassion for people. Yeah. At a speed of which it seems really, really fast. Yeah, but a point to what you said, Monty. Um, that's what I try to do when it comes to like my after-hour streams. When it comes to movies in particular, right? I want to give people the knowledge to analyze film better in order to improve their lives. I know not everyone appreciates film, and not everyone wants to study its medium, but to me, understanding visual media can definitely benefit your life. So like I've been doing a lot of horror doing a lot of like horror movies lately to give people the right idea of the genre and to study it if it can be something that helps them. Yeah, I know, right? The thing is, like, he didn't woo her. It's an arranged marriage. He didn't have to go through that kind of, like, social activity. It is! It is kind of a miracle. Like, to me, you just seem like an asshole. Product? Oh, okay. Huh? Okay. Oh, are you talking about, like, motion? So you're gonna like spin that thing and you see it moving? I'm kind of curious. Okay, so circular imagery coming back again. Also, I wonder if her entire life has been kind of like slow moving, and so that's why she finds him so attractive. It is. Okay, that's cute. Yeah, yeah. You've been... You need to get out more. I know you can't because of your condition, but... Wow. Shit, man. Almost brings a tear to my eye. This is so... sweet. And it sucks to know that for certain this is not going to end well. This is a... I'm not sure what the correct term is, but for now I'll say conditional. She's setting up to say that, you know, I also like the painting, but this is special too, in its own way, right? To make sure that you don't feel insulted by putting one over the other, and he doesn't get that. I think that's pretty easily understood by most people who read this. That's not confusing at all. I think maybe weird things would be like purposely lowering yourself so other people are raised in status or something. That can be a little confusing to people. Do we not do that in America? I don't think so. Where is that from? Is it from Britain? Or is it from... Where did I start reading that? Jesus, isn't it an Asian thing? And I don't remember? Fucking, I'm Asian. Wow. I mean, I do it every once in a while when I want to, like, elevate someone who doesn't believe in themselves. Like, you know, what's a good example of that? I'll give you something to figure it out. I feel pretty confident about my knowledge of streaming, but when it comes to knowledge of technology, I think you're really good at what you do. That's kind of the idea, but I would have to lower myself a little bit more socially. So it'll be something, or in what profession I am talking about, as an example. So let me try again. How about, what is something that would be used today? Okay, so I don't think I really know much about computers, but when it comes to understanding technology, I think you're really knowledgeable about the high-tech industry. So I would lower myself there. But sometimes you would do it to seem more humble. So another example of that is, for example, you know I'm a writer, right? So I could say something like, my writing is far too simple-minded. And in comparison to your eloquent words, I believe you to be an excellent budding writer who will make a mark on the industry in the future. So there I lower my position as a writer to further enhance yours. And so that kind of like power dynamic where I lower myself to put you farther up in that distance can be used as a way to seem humbling, but can also be a way of encouraging someone. It can also be socially appropriate, but that's the idea, right? It took me like, what, 4 minutes to figure out how to explain that? But pretty much, the husband of this chapter doesn't get any of the social nuance. He doesn't understand like communication subtleties whatsoever. And my problem with the white-haired girl in this story is she gets it, but her vision is so rose-colored, just like her eyes, that she can't quite figure it out. I know you're joking about that, but that's not the point, and I don't think that's funny. I'm like legitimately trying to educate people here. Okay. Okay, well he's talking about like film. Okay. Excuse me? You just want to like eat it up? Wow, okay. Well, shit. I definitely know I can't get along with this guy now. There's a possibility. We have to know more about his character. Like, why is he so fixated on wealth? What is the core reason for that? And also, there was this pause, right? That makes you think that he's not absolutely sure about that. For example, it has nothing to do with my wants. I merely think there's money in it. The rich starve for entertainment, and artists create that entertainment. I have no interest in their pretentious self-expression. I just want their money. That's... wow. And she laughs. What's so funny? You look like you're enjoying yourself. Bam. Pause. It's honestly just about the money. If you were so certain, just say it's just the money. I don't care about anything else. Because he starts off with a really strong statement here, which is why everyone like raised their eyebrows. And so yeah, there's a possibility that he's not being truthful with himself. The question's why. All right, good night, Rose. Okay, so there we go. More information to support that interpretation, right? That maybe he's lying to himself. Maybe he's actually a good guy. The question is, why is he the way he is now? He's so, what's the word? He's so straightforward, so blunt, that it's hard to have an understanding if he has any nuance whatsoever. But then we have this. He's also really busy. Yeah. Right. Sorry, is this what... From there, we went to a restaurant for dinner. Is he complaining about the food? Is this him? I just want to make sure here. He did. Is he complaining because the food actually sucks, or does he want something better for his wife? I don't know. And he's Italian. Okay. I mean, with a name like that, it makes sense. Wow, what a noble goal. Yeah, why are you so intent on that? You're not even sure? Okay, so if you're so certain, which you're not, about improving your country because of its poor economic ability, that can be seen as an altruistic thing. But why do you have so little empathy for the poor. If I find success here, perhaps that will catch their attention. But if it doesn't, then my country is doomed to collapse. Okay. I was about to say, you should probably encourage him to speak his mind more, because then you would have communication between you two. And right now, it's kind of like one way instead of... What's the word? Instead of being, reciprocal, yeah. That's a communication thing, by the way. Pretty much, you want to have equal footing as husband and wife. And so, you want to establish pretty early on that you both can be open to speaking with each other, so you can get through problems, talk through issues, find solutions, right? But also because husband and wife should be equal with each other. One shouldn't be speaking down to the other. They should be speaking on an even plane. Yeah. And so she's being accommodating of him, right? This is unsurprising when I say this, but you want to support each other. And so it's not just one person always being the active pusher, the person who makes all the decisions, right? You need to take a balance in the relationship to make that equal footing happen. If one person's always purely support and one person's always purely making the actions, being the player, for example, right? The problem that occurs then is when a situation arises in which someone else has to take that position. So if, for example, the white-haired girl needs to learn how to make a decision for herself, because one, she hasn't practiced it, she won't be able to do so, at least not effectively, and two, to push her into the right direction as a partner, right? You need to support her, and so you need to balance out both active roles, active and supporting role in a relationship to make it function appropriately. But right now, all I'm really talking about is making sure that the relationship between husband and wife is on balanced footing, and the reason why I mentioned this is through communication, how they're talking. And it's established, at least early on in this chapter, that these two cannot talk to each other. And so the distance between them grows, right? Distance being a very easy to see, in my opinion, theme in chapter 1 and 2, and probably 3 it's going to be doing with wealth, but also communication here. And, like, it's an easy way to see why the problems exist in their relationship, but I'm giving you a way to kind of deal with it. And no problem, Picoros. I'm glad you're watching the stream. Hey, Lamork, how you doing? Mordred! Lamork! Oh my god! I forgot how the typical tale goes. It's something like King Arthur had another wife, and that was Morgan Le Fay, right? And that's how Mordred was born? I never finished The Once and Future King, even though it's a famous telling of King Arthur's story. Where are we? Compared to the room, it was unearthly chilly. Oh, to the restroom? So she heard waterfall, but that doesn't make sense where she's headed. Whose perspective is this being told? Because this is the maid, right? Not Maria, the maid. Like, Miss Maid. Huh, this is interesting. Why is there water falling? Do I want to look? Would you look? Dripping. Huh. A chilly spot on the nape of her neck. Hi. What? Fucking this visual. Okay, she was telling a story. Oh, man. There's a huge window on the far end, and there used to be stained glass in it. Ah, right. No. He thought for a second. I mean, I guess she wanted to, like, take the sting out of her statement, so that's why she added all those extra lines, but do something to improve the situation in your house, man. Of course. I'm not surprised he thinks like that. Like, everything he does just completely ignores the past. Hey, dude, what was your reason for getting rich again? To help out your country? You don't even remember that? You never thought about that? Is it even real anymore? Good. It's okay. Go ahead and say it. You don't need to drink to speak your mind, man. Well, dude, really? I want to know. All right. that the reason why you don't want to look at the past? I mean, that's a recurring idea, right? You can't escape from the past, it will just inevitably be there. So maybe a setup for the future is that because you can't escape from the past, you must address it. And that is the only way, finally, to move forward. Are you looking at a rose? Sorry? It is a rose. Didn't that happen in chapter 1? Okay, yeah. Hey, Chaos, out of curiosity, what's the significance of a white rose, you know, compared to a red rose? Why is this rose always being given to someone? What's the meaning of it? What do you call it? That's flower language. Purity and affection. Okay. The rose he meant to give you. You're always thinking about him, aren't you? Wow. This was in chapter 1, because I recall that as well. When she touched it, it turned into red. So, you know, something being... Oh, there we go. Something that's supposed to be untainted ends up being red. She's speaking to her as if she were the first character, but I just made the assumption that this is just a bloodline and people are being born as different white-haired girls that just happen to look the same, but okay, well, maybe we can get deeper into this. Yeah, she's digging up some memories that logically have no connection to her if she's disconnected from it. If she's just a child of this cursed family, then she doesn't have to know about her, what, mom, grandma, or whatever. Okay, same name. consistently the same name. So maybe her souls were born freaking, I don't know. Sorry, did you know that the current name is pronounced the same as the name of the person you are waiting for? Wait, what? Yeah, that music was making my hair, like, stick up. Ugh, jeez, man. I don't think he's the one to really understand flower language. What do you mean it's the whole problem? What the fuck? Man, this guy has absolutely zero appreciation for anything of artistic value. You can make money off of art. He said it himself. You could do that. You know, there's some value if it's only monetary. Also, being presentable can help you with your business. Oh, Jesus. It is a bit extreme. I don't understand his logic. Like, wouldn't it be more trouble to chop down the rose garden than just to leave it alone? You can even let it rot if you wanted to. Well, I mean, just like I said before, this guy won't even stop to smell the roses, or flowers in this case. Actually, both. The roses and their flowers. It's just such a very direct way of putting it. I didn't expect it to be used. Yeah, it's pretty much saying that she has no place here. She's practically a white rose, let's be real. What? No. I mean, even with that logic, it doesn't work. She's sensitive to the sunlight because it can hurt her. Here's the thing, though, right? it's not like he shows no signs of having some conscience. Like, he pauses on things that he's unsure about. He at least to some degree, him having care about where he came from, his country, is shows of like his concerns about something other than himself, right? It's just it needs to be brought up. It needs to be at the top of his head for him to like come to terms with that. But because he's so resistant about like talking about the past, it will never come up. And the problem is, for that to come up, it takes action. It takes something other than being in a support role. So the person who's most fitting to say that is his wife. And Maria could have supported that earlier on, brought it to the top of his head to make this easier to breach, but that didn't happen. So we're just like seeing the checklist being filled up here for why this is not gonna go well. What is the place of the wife then? I guess that's the point of what you say. There is no place for the wife. Especially if she's supposed to be represented by a white rose. My god, this guy is... I understand that you're supposed to consider that he might have other sides to him, but it's just so hard to want to see that right now. I was more invested in the Beast, by far, than this character. Oh god. Did my internet die? Please don't tell me that's the case. Oh no, we're good here? This is a very quiet shot. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a benefit to having a way easier maintainable garden, right? But that's not a garden that he's doing. He's just putting his stuff where the garden used to be. It's a storehouse, essentially. Which was stated by here, by the way. In its place went scraps of metal, train wheels, prototype models, carbon rods, just a bunch of metal. These items may have had value for him, but I certainly do not think it was worth robbing his wife of a place that made her feel comfortable. There's no description of it being artistically set up. It's just a storage place. And you could have definitely created another place for that. You could have created a storehouse for that. But instead, you just ruined something that you saw no value in. And he's stepping all over the fancies of his wife. So like, thematically, that makes a lot of sense, given what she represents, right? And how attuned she is with white roses. And it also makes it easier for the readers to understand how this relationship becomes so destructive and goes down towards a path that's not gonna end well. Pretty much, for the husband not to come off as a complete asshole, it rides on whether the author can explain how his mentality came to be. But it's such a suffocating relationship right now, where one person is purely the support and the other person just does all the decisions and completely ignores the fact that he is getting support. In fact, he shuns it. Like, don't give me my help. It would be better if she weren't in this relationship, but obviously that's not possible. I don't know, it's cruel. Yeah, God, we definitely need someone like Maria in the story, and good on the author to recognize that. God, the story is as suffocating as her relationship. Like, I need to break myself. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make some coffee, and I'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna go until at least 2:40 in the morning, so feel free to stick around. I'll be back in, what, 2 minutes at most. Be right back. Okay, I am back. With coffee. And whipped cream. Oh, I didn't know that she tended the garden as well. I just thought that she just hung out there. So, wow, that's even worse. I mean, dude, when you can only drink so much, you try to find out ways to make the most unappealing drink as appealing as possible to you. And I'm not gonna be afraid to say that that I normally don't drink coffee black. I add sugar if I can, but I can't anymore. Am I going to Fanime? No, I'm going to Combo Breaker. But it's nice to see you again, Alan. How you doing, man? I will, thank you. It'll be a bit tough with BB Tag because the patch happens 3 days before Combo Breaker. But we find out the official results of whether that's gonna happen or not tomorrow. But I'm willing to go the struggle though. I voted in favor of having the patch, so viewers will enjoy it. And the event, whether you win or lose, is good for practice and getting used to the patch. Also, I generally do very well early on in a game, so I'm willing to test myself once again to see if that's the case. Oh, Lamork, you're going to Fanime? Jesus, man, I wish I knew. Hey, Lamork, maybe after the stream if you're still awake, or, I don't know, whenever it's more available for you, could I ask you a question, or a favor, rather, from you, since you're going to Fanime? Wait, Alan, you're going to Fanime too, aren't you? I guess that's why you asked me. That makes more sense. Oh, thank you, Alan. I appreciate it. Well, I mean, I hope you enjoy it. Fanime is definitely a convention for the fans. That sounds kind of lame to say. Let me try that again. Fanime is more open to the community, I suppose, than something like, I guess, Anime Expo, which has a lot of, like, you know, I don't want to say corporations, but it has a lot of the industry involvement with it. You can go around in Fanime drunk as hell, by the way, and it's perfectly okay as long as it's not that obvious. In fact, I guess I'll take a quick break. In fact, consistently, every year I go to Fanime, my friends always drink, and they bring Gatorade bottles with hidden alcohol in it. And I'm like, damn, Fanime is a drunk con. Yeah. I mean, it's a great place to hang out with your friends. Yeah, Tone's gonna pass out again. That's the convention. By the way, he went to the hospital. Oh, man. There are so many Fanime stories. Where do we even begin? I remember one night, I think it was like at 3 or 4 in the morning. For some reason, Pavo was still awake. Pavo is a NorCal, generally Street Fighter player, and he and I are friends. And for some reason, I don't know why, he and I were drunk off our asses. And we went around Fanime. I forgot the reason why. He wanted to show me the place, and I'm like, I already know what Fanime is like, but it doesn't really matter. So he goes around just like being as friendly as possible, because that's Pavo, right? And he makes like open conversations with like random people at like 4 in the morning, and I'm like, you know, how are these people even awake at this time? And for some reason, we spent at least 10 minutes going up and down the elevator. So yeah, I have my stories too. Maybe that's not too exciting, but what the fuck? Remind me not to get that drunk. At least it didn't end up being like a terrible memory for me. I'm trying to think of anything else I recall from Fanime. I recall a friend getting a girlfriend in Fanime. And I recall competing in Street Fighter 4 on this stage, also in Fanime. I think against Crack Fiend. God, that was way back in the day. Oh, man. Hey, Alan, if you're still around, do you plan to play Grand Blue Versus? I know I will, for obvious reasons. If you do, let's play again, man. It's been a while since I've hanged out with you, and honestly, I missed that. Cool, awesome, man. Let's work together. Tech under wraps? Oh shit! All right, get me in on that, and I'll help you guys out. If you're willing to share. If not, I completely understand. I'm that kind of guy too. Yeah, man. Enjoy your time at Fanime. It's a time to try to find people with like interests. Fucking everyone's there for anime, right? So have fun. Only play one footsie game with me. We can play Third Strike, but I don't think you're interested in that. It's funny too because I've come from a Street Fighter background, and so like for you not to fight me in a game that focuses on neutral control and a more ground-based fighter is strange. But I guess I've really changed my style over the years. So I moved from like Street Fighter to BlazBlue, the King of Fighters, to Marvel, to pretty much air dashers in general. And I have a way more aggressive style than I used to. Ask anyone who's seen me play for years, and it's like night and day. Like, I never was considered the person who labbed a lot, and now I am, right? I used to only play online, and I would only get experience to fighting people, never labbed. Oh, I mean, Marble 3 is a fun game. It rewards creativity. There are counterpicks teams, even within the top tier. It's a game that really focuses on movement and how to avoid really bad situations. And there's tons of bullshit, so there we go. Obviously, team games aren't really for everyone. I love team games because, like I said, it rewards creativity. But there's a place for 1v1 games. You know what scares me? The tech that I revealed to Ebonic Plague is being used commonly in tournament now. Like, fuck man, I don't want to deal with this. Yeah, exactly. Like, design-wise, certain characters in that game weren't made with the understanding of what the game would be like. That's also my concern for the patch, by the way. I'm talking nothing about this visual novel, so let me focus again. I'm sorry, guys. But I love seeing you again, Alan. We should hang out again. Thank you. I hope life's been treating you well. We'll see each other. This is a little bit funny, I guess, yeah. Wait, what happened? Oh, okay, if you want to dodge that conversation, I think it's fine. It's about, like, you know, cheering her up, having a good night. Let me double check this again. What are they describing? The motions were sorry. With a wide grin on her face, Maria began whistling softly and prancing across the floor of the entrance rhythm. They're describing Maria and her dance and how it reveals who she is. So she doesn't have formal training from the looks of it. She's improvising. So without the constraints of social expectation, she's moving around. There we go, not professional. She was her own lively beautiful self. Maria twirled in place. Got it, okay. Oh, so she's not trained in dancing in this story? I always had the impression that she would naturally know what ballroom dancing or dancing in general is like. That's considered something that you would learn as a noble for like social gatherings. Oh, well, it's a different time period, so there's that too. Really? Yeah, don't worry, man. It'll be an interesting stream too. You can check the archive. Don't worry about it. Yeah, of course. Exactly, and have a little more confidence. Yeah, dancing's a good way of like definitely improving your mood. I mean, it's kind of obvious, right? Getting physical activity is like exercise, and exercise releases endorphins in your head. In case you don't actually know that. Yeah, sometimes when I'm down, quite frankly, I listen to music. Music is a good way of influencing your mood. I do it with movies as well. I used to work out a lot more whenever I was down, martial arts in particular, and that is something that I miss. I feel like I should go back into that, especially now that I'm on this like diet. Sorry, how did they punctuate that scene? Let's try again. Smiles on both of their faces. They made to exit the Great Hall. However, before they reached the door, it swung open. So before they exit, bam. And the person who's towering is obviously the husband. And why are you bitter about it? Get out of here! This narrator, maid, you know what? I was so cool with the maid at the beginning of the story, but now I'm like shaking my head at her, man. I would have bought her like several drinks at the bar. Now I'm only gonna buy her one. She's a talented writer, but a bullshit friend. Shit, man. Like, if you ever see me at an event and you want a drink, I'll buy you one if you're willing to talk. It's fun to have conversation, man. And if I can learn more about you, I find that well worth the cost of a drink. Just don't ask me for, like, super fine wine that's aged for several centuries or something. I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe not that. What the fuck is wrong with you? First, it's fine for her to have perfume. What's wrong with that? She can at least own something, yeah? Why are you so pissed off? Oh, by the way, if you want someone to calm down, this is the worst thing to say. No, seriously. house? Sorry, this is not in the house? Is it like... It has to be close to the mansion. It's not like she leaves in general. What the fuck? Why do you care about disgrace? You don't seem to care anything about social standards or like how to present yourself in a higher manner, I guess is one way of putting it. So why do you care about this? To me, it has nothing to do with social status. It has nothing to do about elevating his name. To me, I think the reason why he's so oppressive over his control of the white-haired girl is because, for some reason, he finds like his identity is being questioned by having someone not be in his control. Why? That's so confusing to me, that line of logic. Right, and he holds all the power in this particular relationship. Obviously, you can just kick Maria out if you find her offensive, right? She won't get paid. He owns the house. I guess you could kick out the white-haired girl if you really wanted to do that, even though she's your wife. But yeah, this this story has a really smart attention to how what do I call this? Sure, communication nuance, but more than that, it's very aware of relationship power dynamics. Yeah. I feel like if you're writing in a setting like this, not particularly this time, but at least in the earlier settings, you have to be acknowledging that. That's what I would say. That's one of the appeals of that era. Something that always flew over my head, by the way. I was never a big fan of, like, for example, a story like Mansfield Park. I just don't give a shit about it. But with my knowledge that I have nowadays, I might be able to read that story again and care about it. Wow, didn't expect you to talk to him about him like that, but yeah, that's really you. Just to confirm, Maria is not the head maid, right? She has such a... She commands such a powerful position amongst the maids that it shocks me that she's not. Okay. So again, it's more likely that the head maid is the maid, but she's not being clear about that. So you know what's funny? I think it's pretty reasonable to categorize the first and second story probably like gothic horror. And I think this visual novel is considered gothic horror. Or maybe the second story would be a little bit different about that. But I'm trying to figure out why this is a horror. And I'm pretty sure the genre domestic horror is a thing. I'm gonna double check that. I think The Shining is considered a domestic horror. I'm actually Googling it right now. Yes, domestic horror is a genre. Double check if The Shining is domestic horror. Yes, The Shining is a domestic horror. Okay, so if I recall correctly, domestic horror plays along with the idea that even though you've known each other for a long time, there are sides of a person that can still be horrifying, that can still be frightening, and that are unveiled through certain circumstances, right? And so even if you are husband and wife and you've been with each other for like a decade, right? There's still that side of them that you've never known. And that side is where the monsters come out, right? Where the true horror of domestic horror comes out. So you got The Shining, you have that German film that Chaos, Love, Heart, and I have seen. I think it's called like, I'm gonna type it up. The German horror film. German horror, it has a mom in it. Good Night Mommy is a domestic horror. Pretty much, without spoiling, twins see their mom come back from an injury and she looks very creepy, and yeah, that's an example of that. I'm trying to think of any other domestic horror. The Haunting of Hill House borrows from horror house conventions, but it's also a domestic horror. So there we go. Yeah, but this is why I find the horror genre so enlightening, right? You see the problems that occur in how, you see how tension is created from the setting. How characters who fail to see their own shortcomings will inevitably meet their end. And by seeing those shortcomings being brought to light, you, as an audience, become aware of them, and you can learn how to address that in your life by being more cognizant of it, by running through your own logic, your own rationality, overcoming the fear through logic, and therefore, ideally, improving your own life. It's such a shame, too, because the horror genre is definitely one that has... How do I put this? It has a lot of shortcomings. Some films are like, why? I would say that's true of any genre, but like especially of horror, given how marketable it is for cinema and how easy it is to make a cheap buck. But other than that, certain biases still exist that make it hard for people to see like any nuance. So like jump scares, people don't really like them. The kind of dated movie language of like slashers also leave a bad impression on people. Also in general, people doesn't like being scared, I guess. I feel like that's not entirely true though. Then why do people like go on roller coasters? Like the thrill of it still can be enticing. But yeah, man, if you ever are curious about the horror genre, you want to get into it, you want to learn like any nuance about it, talk to me. We can watch together. all these basics. I never heard of that. Is that a game? I'm assuming that's a joke, right? That doesn't sound like a horror movie. Yeah, Lamork, but here's the thing. You watched Higurashi, and you love Higurashi just like I do. You didn't sleep during that. And tell you what, Lamork, you want to watch horror? We'll watch a film that I want Mio, Kino, and myself to watch again. I think you'll find that at least entertaining. You won't sleep through it. Oh, I mean, Higurashi is still horror, right? I discussed that within the stream with you. I mean, obviously, no one's gonna deny that. But you like sci-fi, don't you? In fact, no. You like cyberpunk. Remember that TV show we were watching where it was a bunch of short stories with different directors and different animators? Don't you like cosmic horror? At least I thought you did. Hang on, I have to reread the sentence again. I'm getting confused. His man's face was covered in scraggly stubble. What? So what? The man's face was covered in scraggly stubble, right? His body draped in grime-caked garments. This guy is not cleanly whatsoever. His eyes are sunken. Got it. Double check. We're talking about this guy, and then someone's going into this room who is uninvited. Okay, go. Tommaso? What kind of name is that? Yeah, man. Obviously, not every genre is gonna be appealing to everyone, right? But it's good to recognize that there are works of art, masterpieces, in every genre, right? Like, I'm not a big fan of mechs, at least I thought I was, until I saw Love Love, and they're like, oh shit, never mind, I'm interested again. And now I want to go on a mech genre binge, I suppose. Yeah, but that's one way I've been trying to like bond with friends. Like, try to understand their interests, and through their interests, understand them. Because I personally believe that there's a reason why people like the things that they do. And to understand that is to better understand the person. It's not that surprising, I guess. Sorry, what name? It's your uncle? Okay, got it. So he's Italian. Oh, not blood related. So you were an orphan or something? I'm gonna double check that. I'm looking it up right now. I think he's Mafia. Okay, Cosca, Italian. Definition, what does this mean? In Sicily is a clan of Sicilian mafia crime family led by a capo. The equivalent in the, I can't pronounce this word, in Calabria is Indrine. Okay, anyway, it's a Sicilian mafia crime family, so that makes sense, and I also understand why he's like this, and also why he's so stressed out now. Okay. I believe Italy has a really respectable horror movie industry as well. Forgot what exactly it's called. It's it borrows from yellow books. That sounds so stupid, but give me a second. Fucking God. My memory sucks. Give me a second. Yellow books, Italian horror. Okay, so I can't pronounce this, but it's Giallo, Giallo. It is a 20th century Italian genre of literature and film, especially outside Italy. Why outside Italy? Whatever. Giallo refers specifically to a particular Italian thriller horror genre that has mystery or detective elements and often contains slasher, crime fiction, psychological thriller, psychological horror, sexploitation, and less frequently supernatural horror elements. In Italy, the term generally denotes thrillers, typically of the crime fiction, mystery, and horror subgenres, regardless of the country of origin. If I recall correctly, let's see. The word giallo is Italian for yellow. The term derives from a series of cheap paperback mystery novels with yellow covers that were popular in post-fascist Italy. Well, there we go. If you're wondering an example of that, do you recall that PS1 horror game? It's not actually a PS1 horror game, but the PS1-like horror game that Eris streamed. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Blackman. Carnival Adventurer. Oh, I get it. So he adventures around to satisfy his carnal needs. Yeah, that makes sense. What's he here for? Oh, okay. So he acknowledges that he's a leech? Oh, is that the reason why he hates the past so much? Is because he's tied to the mafia? I guess that makes sense. Fuck, man, that sucks. Sorry. So that's why he likes freedom so much instead of being tied down. Okay. What do you mean you got no choice? Are you being blackmailed? So, was he lying about helping Italy out then? Then, what's happening? Or, I guess Sicily to be specific. Yeah, right. So he doesn't realize, the very thing he cherishes is the thing that he's denying from his wife. And so that's a character flaw. And for him to develop as a character, this is how you write character arcs, right? For him to develop as a character, you need to recognize that and grow from that. And the bigger the obstacles that prevent him from realizing that, what's generally considered the greater the gain, the reward. This song just repeats way too much. I know I'm going kind of slow through this scene, but it's not one that's easy to pace with the song, I mean. So that, okay, and that also explains why he hates Charity so much. It's because Charity to him ties him down and reminds him of his uncle. So like, just in one scene, we finally understand why he is the way he is. That's actually pretty impressive. Single stack. I'm guessing it's money stacks, right? She came with the house, and you didn't question it? Oh my god, get out of here. We're selling this mansion for dirt cheap. By the way, you have to have this house with the maid. Like, what? Can't the maid not be there? No. Better half. Okay, the wife? What about it? What are you talking about? Bullshit! I don't believe you for a fucking second. Yeah, but she was waiting on Maria to do that, and she's not one to be that active. Yeah, so I don't believe him. So maybe this is in the past. The reason why he's so pissed off is because she has perfume on him that he was going to give her. God, this is a scene I wish she saw, because then you could get such a introspective look into this character. Kind of a shame, you know? Held back by fear, by his own pride. I'm not sure yet. Okay, so this is the past. No, this is after the dance ball event. Okay, so that doesn't give me that kind of defense for him if you want to go there, but what the fuck, dude? Please. How can you be so blind to your own? I mean, no. That's a thing. It's not like I have every single understanding of myself either, right? And besides, we're the audience here. We have way more knowledge than the characters do. And sometimes that like third person look, that look from afar gives you more understanding of the situation because you're not involved with it. What are you doing? No, it's just proper manners. Holy shit. Does he look a little similar? Familiar? I was wondering about that, but I'm not sure. Wow, won't even let her speak. Like I said, I don't believe for a second she actually spoke to the uncle, but hey. Okay, so from chapter 2, the idea of being lost in your own head transfer over to chapter 3. Oh my god, this is the same type of like reasoning that a abuser would use. So, you know, very fitting. He's very insecure, yeah. Not like they had a... Is the screen moving? Yes, it is. Not like they had a really trusting relationship at the beginning, because it wasn't established enough. It was established on, Faith, actually. Honestly, I was thinking of, like, Jekyll and Hyde. Ooh, wow. What? Wow, welcome back to the tower. Oh, shit, man. I can tell you why. I'm just so sorry this happened. My god. Wait, does a shed at least have a bathroom? Did she get fed? Holy, what the fuck, man? Constant surveillance? Okay, so there's at least that, but it's more like a prison. What? Who the fuck would? Oh my god. Okay, let's not forget that this house brings misfortune, right? But is holy shit. But at least in the second chapter, you know that the house doesn't completely change all of your character, right? There's some root of it that exists. So in this chapter, it seems to be intense insecurity. Yeah, thank God. How do you even turn this around? Like, I'm thinking in my head logically, how do you fix such a broken marriage? That's one of the roughest parts too. Like, oh my god. Because it can't always come from the person that's involved, right? Because of the history behind people. And so having a third person to give perspective on a situation can mitigate the obstacle of someone saying something. So for example, you can't have the white-haired girl speak to her husband and say, here are the problems of the relationship, right? Because he's just gonna be like, fuck you, and like wash his hands of her, right? Which is what he's doing right now. Like, I don't want to deal with you. And so like therapy really helps because there's a person in the middle between the couple, and someone who is professionally trained and has experience can say the things that needs to be said to ideally mend the relationship. And more importantly, it's from someone that is uninvolved. Well, not he or she, the therapist, is involved financially and, you know, ideally for your concern, but uninvolved as in like he wasn't there or she wasn't there previously. And so having an outside perspective say that at least tries to avoid the obstacles that exist within the relationship. It makes it easier to accept. So like, this is why I recommend, if you're having issues in your life, to talk about it, right? Not only does it like help you relieve stress, it also gives you a different perspective because someone can respond to you and then give you their ideas in a situation, and you know, you can think about it in exchange and better come to terms of what's happening in your life. The reason why I say this is because like I want people to talk about their problems, be open with it, try to come to terms with it, because if you keep it all in, it's tough to, you know, find a way to move past how stifling it is. But also because like very regularly I have people who come to me for advice regarding situations like this, and shit, man, I can tell you that it takes me a lot of time to give as much information as I can that I know through my reading to them to help benefit them. And fuck, it is so hard to get out of a rut like this. Well, I mean, with the tone of the music, it's too hard to make her happy. I mean that's not something they hear, but for us, we're supposed to realize that. Okay, so she's starting to recall her past life now, where she's been imprisoned in a tower. So, suffering makes her aware of her past lives? That sounds very Buddhist. Is that confusing to say? God, how does the logic work in Buddhism in? Give me a second. Life is a circle, and you reincarnate back into the circle of life. Life is Jesus. Life is suffering. There we go. You must become detached to escape the cycle of suffering by being unattached to like material gains and stuff like that. And by doing so, you achieve a state called nirvana, which is having escaped the cycle but also understanding life better. And that is reaching enlightenment. I'm trying to remember what's the logic of... Because I think it's easier to explain through the idea that what does it mean to be human? Well, and the idea of humanity being framed by suffering is not uncommon. So pretty much a sense of pain is considered being an aspect of living in life. That's not too surprising, right? So an example of that would be... what's that word called again? Westworld. So in Westworld, this is not a spoiler, it's the premise. Characters live in a theme park, a Western theme park, where humans go to the theme park to enjoy pleasure, right? To be entertained. And the occupants of the Western theme park are androids. And it's through intense suffering that they come to gain self-awareness. And the idea is that suffering makes humanity. And without the aspect of suffering, you cannot become human, because it's so innately ingrained to living. They're not really gonna... You know, actually, that wouldn't be improbable to do with this kind of story. So it depends on how the white-haired girl is gonna recall more information in the future. By the way, that idea also exists in Higurashi, if you're curious. Write him a letter. Well, writing gives you a lot of time to... what's the word? Edit your message. And so, the thing about a natural conversation is that obviously it's influenced by time. And the strength of a message is impacted by not only tone, but by the timing of it. And so you can mitigate that a little bit by using text. And so I can see why a letter might actually work out. And yeah, you give yourself an infinite amount of time, well, not infinite, but a lot of time to figure out how you want to say the things you do, because the person that you're responding to isn't there to wait forever, right? And that's why like writing out your thoughts can be a good way of better coming to understand them. It's alright, man. Take it easy, Lamarck. I'm about to end pretty soon. It's 2:34. I mean, I don't think she even knows that you're Italian mafia. In fact, she didn't talk to the uncle. I'm almost certain of that. Okay, so again, the past coming back to haunt, but also now the cursed bloodline, right? So chapter 1, chapter 2 combining into chapter 3 here. In fact, was that an idea in chapter 2? The cursed bloodline? Like, instinctually, he couldn't get away from violence. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. Well, I mean, I'm talking about how he's a beast, right? As if the blood running through his veins, the biology of him is actually a beast. But yeah, I mean, that interpretation doesn't have to be there. If there's any cursed bloodline, it's unfortunately the white-haired girl. Like, no matter what story she's in, thus far, she just suffers. Is she delivering the letter? Also note that she knocked. But I guess if you are... his idea is that if you are truly connected, there's nothing to hide, which is kind of hypocritical of him. But there's also shouldn't be a barrier between husband and wife, right? So you don't need to knock. You can just open the door. There's nothing to hide. I don't know, man. Like common courtesy is something that should be established, and only through mutual agreement should it be pushed away. That's my opinion, at least. Sorry, was that threatening? Ah, that's what she's saying about him. Got it. So she's covering for his outburst by saying, you know, there's a reason for it, and I realize that. Okay, so showing that she understands him and is worthy of his trust. They made a promise? You forgot? Oh shit, man, you've been with each other for a long time. I don't think it would be that long, but wow. And with that, I save. Alright guys, perfect timing. We're gonna call it quits tonight. It's 2:39, almost to be 2:40. So once again, thank you everyone for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you want to know our stream schedule, it's pretty simple. Once again, there's 2 streamers on FinestKO. There is myself, I'm Koopa, and then there's Scott, aka Spirit Juice. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, sometimes the weekends at 8 p.m. PST. Tell you what, I'll stream on Sunday as well, also at 8 p.m. PST. So if you want to know when streams and events happen, follow us on FinestKO. We are a variety stream with fighting game roots. If you want to know when streams and events happen, follow us on our social media. Twitter.com/FinestKO and Facebook.com/FinestKO are the places to follow if you want to be notified of events and streams. You can also follow me personally if you like. Ask my thoughts, I don't know, suggest a game, hang out, whatever, at Twitter.com/VasedCoopa. And last but not least, if you want to join our community, talk about movies, talk about visual novels, hang out with us, join our after-hour streams, Discord is the place to go to. It's also the only place I announce after hours, and conveniently, if you don't use Twitter or Facebook, we announce events also on our Discord. Alright guys, that's it for now. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you on Sunday at 8 p.m. PST. I will tell you otherwise if that doesn't happen. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna post a stream, and I'll see you guys later.